Good evening, everyone. If we could turn on the camera. Thank you. So, good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's meeting of the Planning and Development Board. The first item on the agenda is the evacuation procedure. For those who don't know, we are not anticipating having a fire test or an alarm test this evening, so if the alarm sounds, it's likely to be an event. If that occurs, please leave the building by the nearest safest exit, which is likely to be that door. If for any reason you can't use that door, it will be the main entrance to the Civic Suite where everyone enters the building early this evening. If we are required to evacuate, the assembly point is assembly point G on the car park just outside those windows. Please stay there until tonight's proper officer says it's safe to do otherwise. Agenda item number 2 is apologies for absence and members away on official business. We have apologies from Councillor Riley, who's substituted by Councillor Smith. Councillor Dervix, it says here, substituted by Councillor O'Phillips. Councillor O'Phillips is here at just about every meeting anyway. So, Councillor Gosling, substituted by Councillor Jackson, and Councillor Hobley, who is substituted by Councillor Farrow. Members, are you happy to note those substitutions? Yeah. And Councillor Smith, O'Phillips, Jackson, and Farrow, welcome to the meeting. Particularly, I hope you enjoy it. Next item is disposable pecuniary and non-pecuniary interest. Does anyone have anything to declare? Councillor,
I have. I've just taken advice on that as well. So when it comes to the FlexArt one, I can claim it.
Thanks very much. The next item, members, is the minutes of the meeting of the board held on the 8th of July. Are you happy that I signed them as a true and correct record?
So moved.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And all those in favour? Thank you very much. We now move straight on to the planning applications. The first one is application number 236 for 3 Marie Close, Manchester. Checking my paper all over the place. So we have a speaker on this item, Eddie Jones. Eddie Jones, if you take the speaker's chair while Mr. Brown introduces his report. Mr. Brown.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I haven't got much to add to the report, apart from just go through the slides, which again, members will be aware are replicated in the papers that you have in front of you. The site there is recognised with the red arrow there, Marie Close towards the eastern end of Atherstone. You can see the bypass just to the north of that. It's a small close with half a dozen houses. In a bit more detail, then here we have outlined in red the actual plot. The house is on the front, which you can see with its 4 car parking spaces, and the summer house, which is referred to in the committee report for the use which is being proposed, is as you can see there at the top. And you can see the cul-de-sac there, Mr. Chairman. You've got speakers, Mr. Chairman, so I won't delay any further by way of introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Ms. Jones, welcome to the council and welcome to the planning board. My colleague will now explain the rules on public engagement.
You've got 3 minutes which to speak. Set the clock going when you start speaking, and I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute left.
Thank you and good evening. So my name is Ellie Jones and I'm the planning consultant that's acting for the applicant on this particular application. Members will be aware that officers have set out their full support for the grant of planning permission. It's noted that Manchester Parish Council has raised no objections to the application, and the Parish Council is supportive of local residents and encourages local businesses. The Environmental Health Officer has been consulted with reference to matters of noise and other pollution, and similarly has raised no objection to the proposal. As referenced in the officer report, the site is sustainably located. The adopted development plan and NPPF support economic growth and the provision of new services and facilities within existing settlements. So the principle of development is acceptable and is supported by local and national policy. It is noted that 3 letters of objection were received from local residents. The subject of those have been clearly set out in the officer report, but in summary, these relate to concern for additional traffic caused from comings and goings to the business, concern for parking on the road, working hours and the amount of working days. With particular reference then to traffic and car parking, it's worth reiterating that the adopted standard for the number of car parking spaces for a residential dwelling is 2 spaces. The existing dwelling already has 4 off-road car parking spaces plus a domestic garage, and this provides more than sufficient car parking to serve the domestic property and the proposed future business. The summer house provides 1 treatment room, and it is only the applicant who will be working there. Only 1 appointment will take place at any one time, and 1 of the 4 spaces serving the property will be available for customers during those opening hours. This leaves more than enough parking for the domestic use of the property as well as the beauty business. Appointments are to be planned so that a minimum of 15 minutes is kept free between the appointment times to allow for appropriate changeover periods. And the applicant has also agreed to limit the number of customers and appointments per day to 10 to ensure that the level of activity and associated movements are not significantly increased. Okay, it's worth reiterating that it's a sustainable location of the site where clients can access the site by a range of transport means, including walking, cycling, and public transport, and it's likely that some customers, therefore, won't even require vehicles to access the property at all. The NPPF indicates that development should only be prevented or refused on highway grounds if it would be an unacceptable impact on highway safety or the residual impacts be severe. The proposed hours of operation, proposed limit of customers, scheduled 15-minute breaks, and availability of off-road parking ensure that the level of activity is not unacceptable in terms of highway safety, on-street car parking, or residential immunity. With reference to the working hours, the applicant has reduced this to weekdays only, with a maximum of 10 appointments, and all of which can be trialled by planning condition. So the applicant does not object to any of the suggested planning conditions listed in the officer report. The members are urged to follow the professional recommendation of their officers and to support the grant of planning condition. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, do you have any questions for our speakers?
I just wanted to ask, it says that it will be monitored to make sure that the visiting times and things will be monitored going up. How long will that monitoring go on for, and who's going to be?
I think the reference that the planning condition for the monitoring purposes is really there so that the local authority has got a means to be able to check how many customers are attending on a daily basis to ensure that that limit on 10 is being adhered to. So the applicant needs to monitor anyway for her own business purposes, but it also provides that record then for the local authority to be able to check.
Like, is there going to be a length of time? I mean, like, is it going to be monitored for a year, or will it be monitored going
It's
forward?
ongoing.
Right, okay, that's fine.
Thank you. Councillor Middleton?
Thank you, Chair. Is it already an existing business? As your client,
No, it's
a new business. So it's beauty treatments. And what sort of treatments are they then?
It's waxing treatment.
Okay. Right. So it's not a noisy occupation necessarily, as long as somebody's expecting that it's not something. So it is purely beauty, one person at a time.
Yeah.
And it's a service, it's a good service that's required locally. So
Any other questions, Mike? No, in that case, thank you very much indeed. Members, any comments, questions? Mr. Brown, sir, I have a question on the conditions. I think we just need to tidy up the wording on some of them, because in places we refer to a summer house, in others we refer to a shed. So I think if we could just read them as a whole and make whatever amendments are necessary. Councillor Hayfield.
I'm in favour of this and I propose that we grant consent.
Councillor Jones.
I would second that. Well, just got a couple of little questions that I'd like to ask Mr. Brown. Is that the hours of work on the application form? It says on a Saturday, 8 till midday on a Saturday. On the conditions, it limits it Monday to Friday.
Well, again, Mr. Chairman, that's in the board's hands. If you want to shorten the hours, then the reason why the condition was shortened was to take residents at weekends. That's all. But if members want to have it the full hours that's just been proposed, that's entirely up to your board, Mr. Chairman.
You just add a bit to that. It's customer service, and customers aren't always available in the week, so weekends maybe something that we need to just explore a little bit further.
Thank you. Councillor Parsons?
Yeah, actually, my question was very similar in one sense. I'm just wondering how robust our conditions would be in this sense. I mean, it would seem to me that in this situation, it would be sensible for it to be Monday to Friday. There's a voluntary suggestion of 10 customers per day, and that seems to be thoroughly reasonable to me. But I just wonder how, if, for example, the sort of 12 months, 18 months down the road, the owners of the business decided that they wish to expand into further hours, how robust will our conditions be?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. They will be robust, Mr. Chairman. Just picking up on Councillor Jackson's point, the monitoring is ongoing, as Mr. Jones has said. That enables us to contact the applicant to see actually what is happening if we get concerns raised from the residents. So there's a record of what we can see. If in fact the conditions, if they're breached or alleged to be breached, in other words, if there are 15, 20 appointments a day, that enables the enforcement officers to go and have a look at the monitoring report, and also to actually ask whether or not there should be a variation of the condition, or actually serve a breach of conditions notice, which would be quite possible given the wording of this particular condition.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Councillor Ridley?
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, it's in category 1 settlement, or policy LP2, so it's within the development boundary. This is a new business, a lady setting up a new business, and I want people to be setting up businesses and have the ability to be able to make those businesses successful. So consequently, she's asked for a Saturday morning where people who go to work normally in the week can go on Saturday morning and have the treatment they require, male and female. Then I don't see what the problem is. It isn't a noisy occupation. It's, what you're used to. I think it's much less painful. But so I would say I would like to support the applicant's application to be able to have clients on a Saturday morning as well. I don't think it's unreasonable. If we're going to say we encourage new businesses within our development boundary, and we're going to actually support this, we need to give her the ability to be able to make a success of her business from the word go. So I would say I would like to see the hours attractive. Now I think it's a perfectly acceptable use of a dwelling house within this category settlement.
Thank you. Councillor Phillips?
I was going to say a similar sort of thing. The only thing I was going to stipulate is that, or potentially sort of change it, was that ask the question is if it was to be opportunity to adjust the hours if she felt they wanted to going forward. She should be locking them in, but now we have a proposed in a second. That's now.
Thank you. Councillor Fowler?
Thank you, Chairman. I'm supportive of what Councillor Ridley has said, because again, we talked about the Saturdays, but you won't know until you try it. And personally, I don't think it's going to affect the area. So I think it would be right that we allow operation on the Saturday as well. Thank you.
Councillor Bates?
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's exactly what's just been said, really. But I think it's important for people that go to work that the business Monday to Friday till 9 till 6. At least if it's open on a Saturday, it's more accessible to lots more members of the community to access that if they go to work. So I would support Saturdays.
I think the mayor's read my mind, but Councillor Hayfield?
If anyone wants to amend my proposition, I'm more than happy.
Mr. Brown, would you like to suggest some alternative hours for Saturday working?
We've obviously recommended 9 to 6 during the week, Mr. Chairman, so therefore I can throw it back to you and ask the board to make a decision, because obviously they're proposing hours on a Saturday, but I would suggest 9 to 1.
What did the applicant ask for originally?
I think it was 9 to 12 or 9 to 1.
8 to 12.
8 to 12.
For me, dropped. 8 to 12.
So members, would you be very happy to go with the hours that the applicant requested originally, or would you like to go further?
That's it. The one, sorry. What's in the application, 8 till 1.
So Councillor Hayfield, you're amending your recommendation to say applicant to the programme plus Saturdays 8 till 1.
Are we entirely happy with that, Chair?
Yeah, and that's secondaries happy
Yeah.
too? Councillor Parsons, I got a hint in what you were saying that you were thinking of a temporary consent. Are you okay with the proposal, or do you want to propose something else?
Yeah, I thought like temporary consent actually.
I'll stop listening.
Yes, no, to be honest, I think I'm swayed by the arguments. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So members, I think what we've got to is a proposal and a seconder for consent to be granted as printed in the programme, but with the addition of additional hours on a Saturday from 8 till
midday,
8 till midday.
as on the application.
Yeah. So can I see all? Are there any other proposals? If not, can I see those in favour of granting consent on that basis? Thank you. That's unanimous, and consent is granted. Members, we now move to application 189 for Sunnyview, Dingle Lane, Nether Whittaker. Mr. Bignell has indicated he'd like to speak, so Mr. Bignell, if you take the chair while Mr. Brown introduces his report. Mr. Brown.
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll just run through the slides, which again, I've repeated some in the papers. An overall aerial photograph there. The site is there marked in blue, and you can see the rural network of the road system around the site. And these are photographs taken by the case officer not so long ago. You can see the building there, which is proposed to demolish and then replace with a new dwelling. And again, this is a bit more detail of where the actual plot is. You can see here outlined in red. And the applicant particularly wanted us to refer you to the buildings that are actually being erected there. I've got nothing further to add to the report, Mr. Chairman. There is a supplementary report which members will have received, which should be on your desks in front of you, indicating that there was a difference of opinion about dimensions, and that's been covered now in that supplementary report. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Members, can I just specifically draw your attention to the supplementary report and ask that you've all had time to read it, or would anybody like additional time? No? Thank you for that. Mr. Bignell, welcome to the council. Thank you. My colleague will indicate the rules on public engagement.
Welcome, Mr. Bignell. We've got 3 minutes in which to speak. I'll start the clock when you start to speak, and I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute left.
Thank you all for allowing me to speak this evening. Our family has lived in the borough for the majority of our life, creating long-standing family ties and a social circle of friends. The proposal will enable my daughter, who is a local midwife based in Addlestone, to gain her first steps on the property ladder and to remain living close to the existing family home and the village she has grown up in. The single-storey design of the building and the use of traditional building materials was specifically chosen to reflect and maintain the existing residential properties on Dingle Lane. On this matter, the officer report confirms the application site comprises 2 low-level single-storey garages and hard standing, and thus is land occupied by a permanent structure. Therefore, the site is considered to be previously developed land, and by extension, the scheme represents redevelopment of previous developed land. With the principle of the redevelopment of the land established, the officer report in front of you goes on to state there is no objection to the general design of the proposals, which is considered appropriate to its rural siting. Massing is appropriately articulated, with elevations well ordered and composed. External materials will be reflective of the immediate and wider setting prevailing characteristics. Furthermore, to the report also addressed the concerns of Nether Whittaker Parish Council by stating Nether Whittaker Parish Council have expressed concern that the dwelling could, due to the land levels and close proximity to the road, prove very imposing on the street scene. Whilst the concerns are noted, the proposals to lower the ground and the dwelling's single-storey nature, low eaves, height and suitable material use are considered to ensure that the building would relate well to the immediate and wider setting and not form any unduly imposing features within the street scene. And finally, the report confirms, and I quote, set against this context, the physical and visual separation from the proposed dwelling and the development subsidiary forms 6 metres height, lower ground levels and low eaves, the development is not considered to propagate harm to the setting of the listed building, according to the statutory duties fulfilled and the requirements of LP 15 are met. The officer report confirms that the principle of the development is acceptable and the design and scale would relate well to the immediate and wider setting and not form any unduly imposing feature within the street scene, meaning there would be no substantial harm created in the local context. This self-built home will allow my daughter, a local midwife, to take her first steps onto the property ladder and provide leading example of how the Borough Council can support housing needs of its existing residents whilst productive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bignell. Members, do you have any questions for our speaker? No? Oh, so, Councillor Bidley.
Thank you. Was the proposal to be retained alongside your existing house, or was it going to be a separate dwelling with its own address?
It's separate.
Thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Bignell.
Okay.
Members, before we move into the debate, I have to say that on a number of occasions, Mr. Bignell's agent has contacted me asking and expressing the view that they feel a site visit would be appropriate for members to see the site for themselves and particularly to understand some of the issues. I have no concerns about that. It's, you know, we have a number of site visits, so members, at this point I propose that we defer consideration and have a site visit. Are you happy with that, or do you want to discuss the issue?
I'll second that.
So can I see those in favour of deferment on the site visit? Thank you very much. So Mr. Bignell, that's deferred, so we'll come and look at the site as your agent had asked.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We now move to application number 372 for Flexart Marsh Lane, Walton. Mr. Chris Fellows has indicated he'd like to speak. Mr. Fellows, if you take the speaker's chair while Mr. Brown introduces his report. Just a second. So, Mr. Brown.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I'll just run through the slides. General location plan there. The outline of the site is red. The River Tame is clearly to the north here. The lakes which are referred to in the report are here on the left-hand side, and the M6 toll and M42 motorway bridges are down here. Marsh Lane is along the south there of that particular plan. That's the existing site. You can see the buildings at the front. This is Unit D, which is referred to in the report, and you'll realise from the report this is the area where the lake would be infilled and the extension to Unit D be here. These are to be retained, and it's this area in here which would be developed, with the materials cycling facility moved over to here between the motorway and that particular boundary. And in detail, that is what it looks like. The four buildings here, as you can see. Unit D would be extended, as just reported. The new buildings would be here, and the materials facility would be relocated onto the east side of the site, with a completely new building to add to the existing building, with all the storage areas, the outside storage areas here, put into there. We've got an aggregate plan, as a composite plan there, which shows you, again, roughly what I've been speaking about. And then in terms of elevations, the kind of elevations that we'd normally expect to see on an industrial estate, the next 2 or 3 slides are just replicas of that. So I'll go back to that one, Mr. Chairman. There is a supplementary report again, which members have in front of them, and that was sent round last week. The reason for that is because the main report indicated that at the time of preparing the report, the Highway Authority's comments had not been formally received, although informally we had heard that the Highway Authority had no objection, and it was written in that context. The supplementary report now indicates that we have received that County Council response, no objection subject to conditions. They're outlined in the supplementary report. And also there are some Section 106 issues involved there. And you'll see from the report, the applicant has been consulted on the extra conditions and the 106 issues and has no objection to those particular matters. As a result of that, Mr. Chairman, the recommendation still stands as a recommendation of approval. And this is, as members will be aware from that particular overall site, it is unsightly, and there's a considerable amount of betterment as a result of this particular proposal. And also it will retain the materials recycling facility on the site, and that is particularly difficult to relocate. As it's a lawful use, it seems sensible, proportionate, to see if they can redevelop the existing site rather than transfer to a new site. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Could you just bear with me for 1 second, Mr. Farrell? Mr. Fellows, welcome to the council. Welcome to the meeting. My colleague will now talk to you about the rules for public speaking. You might have heard them before.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fellows. In total, you've got 3 minutes to speak. When you get to 2 minutes, I will remind you that you've got 1 minute outstanding. So I'll begin it now.
Thank you. Is that on now?
Yeah.
The chair, board members, my name is Chris Fellows and I'm the designer of the scheme for this site before you this evening, and I'm speaking on behalf of the applicant. Thank you for letting me address you. I'll be brief. I'm sure you're familiar with this site, which has been a significant employer of local people from in and around Waterloo for many years. This major application before you has taken over 3 years to get to tonight's agenda. And I thank the planning officers and other officers from the council for their part in achieving this. Long delays have been entirely caused by third-party consultants. The scheme proposes the replacement of the current recycling and processing works on the site by moving the operational area onto land adjacent to the M42. That facility has importance for Warwickshire, as it's the county's principal metal recycling centre, will be retained here in more modern facilities. This will free up land with better parking and landscaping, and also allow the much needed expansion of one unit, Unit D, the operators of which are desperate for additional floor and on-site parking space. These units will all be integrated around a new link road with better parking. A small part of the existing lake, which is owned by the applicants, will be infilled to allow for the Unit D extension, an area previously approved for infilling and developing. The completed scheme should improve the appearance of the site, the landscaping, signage, vehicle movement, and reduce speed on Marsh Lane, and move sound sources towards the M42, which appears to provide everyone with some benefits. The whole scheme allows for significant additional employment opportunities for local people from Waterloo and the surrounding area. Additionally, the applicant will contribute financially towards better footpath links to Waterloo from the site and to traffic speed reduction measures along Marsh Lane, as well as ecological enhancement of land owned by the applicants on both sides of Woolwich Lane. I sincerely hope that board members will be able to support the application and grant planning permission with the suggested conditions as set out in the planning officer's report and the proposed section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Price. Members, do you have any questions for our speaker? Just one from me, Mr. Fellows. You indicated in your comments that third-party consultants had created a delay. Is there anything else you'd like to tell us about that?
I think Mr. Brown made it quite clear that since the original committee report has been provided, the county highways only got their official version through in the last 7 days. And I've been trying to speak with the officer at Warwick County for most of the 3 years that it's been in.
Oh, Mr. Fellows, I'd be misleading if I didn't suggest that's something we hadn't heard before. Could I encourage you to write to me?
I will, of course, yes. It's happening on all applications in Warwick County. There's just insufficient resources at county for them to be able to respond.
It's something that the board has taken up with the county council in the past, and I think we probably wish to do the same again.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions? In which case, thank you very much, Mr. Fellows.
Thank you.
Members, who would like to start the discussion? Councillor Hafer.
Again, having read the reports, having read the supplementary things, I'm happy to support the application. I believe that we need our permission.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other comments, members? Oh, sorry, I should have asked. I'm going bonkers. Members, you've got a supplementary report on your tables in front of you. Can I just check you've all had the opportunity to read it? Would anybody else like to defer it to allow more time? Excellent. So it's now being proposed and seconded. Can I see all those in favour of granting consent? Thank you. That's unanimous and consent is granted. Thank you. Members, we now move on to application number 188 for land at Dostal, Tamworth Road, Dostal. We have speakers for and against this. The first one will be Julie and Raymond Collister, who I think have shown their time with Mr. Barnsley. You're already there, Mr. Barnsley. So, Mr. Brown, will you introduce your report?
Right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members will be aware that there's quite a number of additional papers which have been circulated at the end of last week and indeed this morning. So let me just first of all run through those to make sure that every member has a copy of those. First is the supplementary report, which came out last week. Again, similar to the last application, this was the result of the receipt of the formal response from the County Council. The main report indicated no objection, but this confirms no objection subject to conditions, and also the section 106. That's been referred to the applicant, and the applicant has indicated there's no objection to the conditions of the 106. The second item is the note of the second site visit, which was undertaken by 4 or 5 members last week to Ascot Drive, and I'll show you where that site is in a minute on the slides. That's the note there of the meeting that we had, and for the members' benefit that weren't there, we met Mr. Barnsley, who's one of the speakers later on in the evening. You'll also have had a copy of a note from the applicant, which looks like that, 2-sided note, which has a plan and some background information, and also a computer image on the back rear side, showing what it was like. Mr. Barnsley then provided a note, a detailed note, which is that, which I circulated again last week, and refers to several items in there, again, I'll come on to those as we go through the item. And finally, this morning, I circulated that plan, which was to do with the line of a sewer, which was particularly referred to by Mr. Barnsley in his note. So members, Mr. Chairman, we should all have copies of those available tonight. I need to also update the report. Since publication of the report, we've received a further 25 objections from residents in the area, and by that I mean Ascot Drive, Epsom Drive and Haydock Drive, that area, residential area, referring to matters that I've already identified in the main report on the representation section there. There's been a letter of objection from the Dosthill and Two Gates Residents Association, referring particularly to increased traffic to the north of the site going through Dosthill and onto the A5 at Two Gates. And also I've received 51 objections from residents in Kingsbury, referring to the adverse impacts of increased traffic through the settlement to the south of the site. So, Mr. Chairman, if I can just go through the slides, which again are copied of the agenda. It's not very clear, but you can see there the residential area is here, the A51 is down here, Hunnebeck is here, Rush Lane is up this side, the railway line is over here. The main purpose of the plan is to show you the distinction between North Warwickshire Borough area and the Tamworth District area here. And the report indicates, obviously, that applications have been sent to Tamworth as well as to ourselves. This is the parameters plan, which is referred to in there. 3 zones, zones A, B and C, with the particular parameters relating to heights and to uses, which are referred to in the report. It also shows you the spur road coming through here from the A51. This is the green infrastructure plan, which has been provided by the applicant. In a bit more detail showing where the landscaped areas are. Just to note that the area within Tamworth, which is up here, would be landscaped and used for biodiversity enhancement. And then, as members will be aware, this is an outline application, and therefore the actual details of the layout will be reserved for a later time should planning permission be granted tonight. The applicant has provided illustrations, and members are familiar with this, illustrations of 2 potential layouts that could be accommodated within the parameters plan I showed you earlier. This is one, 3 separate units on the front and 1 separate at the back. Alternative is again to have a larger unit, unit 4 at the front, and the 3 units here on to its side. These again are long distance views which are referred to in the report. Again, the lines of those cross sections are shown on the ordnance survey below, but basically they take a long distance views from east-west through the site and put the actual buildings, the proposed buildings, as you can see here, into the context of those particular cross sections, particularly here with the higher ground towards the west. This is the area where we met the residents last week, the 2 private drives here with houses on either side. The report and supplementary report and the additional material that you have refers to this particular gap, which is a result of a sewer easement, and therefore no planting has been continued across here, as you can see. On this particular one, I know it's quite faint, but this is the applicant's drawing. The original heights were 18 metres, and there's a line there showing it 18 metres. There's a 13 one, and there's also the current 12 one, which is that line there. And it's quite difficult to see, but it's that line there, which is the 12. And that's with the additional planting, which I'll refer to as we go through. That's time lapse. Again, I'm showing you what that could be over a period of 15 years following if planning permission is granted in terms of the new landscaping. These are the shorter cross sections with the houses in Ascot Drive here and the buildings, as you can see, lowered to 12 planting along the spur road. This is the extant planning commission. The report explains that this planning commission was granted in 1997. It's been renewed since then. This is the latest version of that, which is 2010. This is extant because the service road has gone in, and therefore that means the planning commission has in fact been taken up. And as an indication in the report, notwithstanding what might happen to this particular proposal tonight, this could be built out. There's no further reference needed to the council, nor indeed to the local community. These then, some cross sections and photographs which Mr. Barnsley may well refer to. These are the ones that came in a little while ago, but this basically refers to a 13.5 metre building. You'll recall the photograph from earlier on, but basically the point that's being made is that even at 13.5, if it even goes down to 12.5, it'll still be visible. And clearly this is before the tree planting, and this is after the tree planting. And then finally, we've got again here, the situation here, which is from 2009 through to 2023. The point being made here is it's going to take a very, very long time for the vegetation and trees to actually to have an impact. As you can see here, hardly anything. It's slightly more, and then in 2023 you can see the landscaping, which in fact members saw last week. So I know it's quite a long run through, Mr. Chairman, but there are a lot of matters here which have been raised. I just want to come back on a couple of points. First of all, the sewer, which runs through here. And the plan that I've circulated again earlier on today, the last plan I referred to, shows that with the sewer connection running from here up into Ascot Drive. The point that's being made is that the gap, which you can see on here, on the bottom photograph, that gap is a result of planting not being able to be planted because of a sewer easement. And also the root protection from the sewer. The point that's being made with this particular diagram is that the planting will be behind that gap. It won't be through that gap. It will be behind that gap on the application site. There will be no sewer connection from the site into that manhole and into Ascot Drive. The actual foul water will go to the northeast, so it won't come into this particular sewer. So the point that the applicant, I suspect, will make later on is that this planting can still go ahead because it's beyond that gap on the application site. Then there's also in one of the supplementary papers that you received reference to noise issues, and clearly that is a matter of material consideration to you as the planning board. The starting point, my response to that is that the starting point is that there is an extant plan provision here for the uses that are now proposed. As I've already explained, that's still from 2010, but it's extant and it could be taken up. And that is a 24/7 plan permission. And that's been the case, as I said, since 1997, so before the houses were built. Any of the houses that are on Ascot Drive, Epsom Drive or Kempton Drive were approved. This permission existed. And it also includes the spur road. That consent also includes the spur road. Members with long memories and local to the area will know that that particular line was the line of the Dosthill bypass, as was proposed. So it was intended to be quite a busy road. That's no longer been safeguarded, but at the time it was intended to be the bypass. So as I said previously, if this particular proposal is refused or doesn't get ahead tonight, that 2010 scheme can actually be implemented. So what we've been trying to do, the environmental health officers, planning officers and the applicant, has been trying to reduce as far as possible any adverse noise impacts in the current scheme. And the main report does deal with that in a couple of paragraphs, but I just want to emphasise a couple of things. The first is that the B2 general industrial use is, according to the parameters plan, confined to zone C, which is the zone at the rear of the site. There's a condition which is being recommended that the spurs and loading yards are to be at the rear of buildings along the spur road, not at the front. It's quite useful if you look at the applicant's image on his note, which is that one. I know it's illustrative, but you can see there the buildings along the spur road, and that's the point that's being made. So in fact, the buildings themselves would act as a buffer to existing B2 uses that occur to the south and to any new service or loading areas on this particular development. There are also conditions relating to road parking, which is set out in the report. And quite unusually, there are 2 noise conditions recommended, 9 and 10, which in fact are very exacting. And they've been set out by our environmental health officer. And those particular thresholds, the noise threshold, the maximum thresholds that are set out in those conditions actually refer to residential property in Ascot Drive, Epsom Drive and Kempton Drive. So they have been taken, and so those particular residential properties have been taken into account in the formulation of those particular conditions, Mr. Chairman. It's quite unusual to have that amount of detail in a noise condition. I'll stop there, Mr. Chairman. I've had to go through that because there's a lot of additional information which has come through as a consequence of the item appearing on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. So as I mentioned earlier on, our speakers against the application are Raymond and Julie Collister and Mr. Barnsley. You're all welcome to the Council House. My colleague will, unsurprisingly, talk through the rules of engagement in public speaking, and it would, I'm sure, help if we could be clear on who's going to speak first.
Yeah. Can you advise what the allocation is? 1.5 minutes each? Yeah, and so what I'll do, I'll start the clock when you've got 1.5 minutes. I'll start the clock when you start speaking, and then I'll let you know when your 1.5 minutes is up, and then we'll look to immediately go to the other speakers.
No, you got first. I want to knock things off. What you say?
Thank you, everybody. So, yeah, I'm speaking on behalf of the group of residents within that area there, shown on the screen now. So we are extremely concerned about the B2B8 impact to us in terms of the noise, 24/7 use of the site in relation to the huge gap in the vegetation at the moment. There has also been a residential dwelling application put in since. And that was rejected on the basis that it was too close to the B2B8 existing industrial units that are already there, and the measures couldn't be achieved. And that was also through the use of the EnviroGram planted bench. So that was all that was part of that rejection. But I'd invite everyone to make sure that they're aware of that previous rejection when making a decision. We dispute the noise report. I'll go into detail on that again in a minute, but then also visually, it's a long time, 7 to 15 years to wait for something to appear as it does today. The age ranging just in that area, I'm 40, there's 70-year-olds, there's 80-year-olds, all completely able. Why should we be subjecting all those neighbours to that sort of facade such a long time? Just don't think it's
That's 1.5 minutes, I'm afraid. Stop the clock. So
can I just explain where I'm coming from before I actually do my 1.5 minutes? My name's Ray Collister.
I'm afraid, Mr. Cross, you have 1.5 minutes and that's it. Explanation and speech.
Right. I was the chairman of the residents of 25 years ago when this all started. I'll go through this as quick as I can. Please ask questions. We were informed that the land was suitable for dwellings, heavy industrial, or not for heavy industrial use, and would be no higher than the houses we own now. The units are planned for 12.5 to 18.5 metres. The amount of car space is 94 to 19 HGVs. HGV operates for 90 vehicles, beeps, the load of forklifts in operation to our conversations. Allowing that the A51 was supposed to have a roundabout before you go down the slip road. Road has to be lowered by 2 metres due to the whole estate being built 5 metres below the land. And this is from your own council. So the whole housing estate is 5 metres too low. We believe this had to take into consideration the planning application. The road is 15 metres closer at the bottom of the roundabout to houses to where it was originally on the map. It was also stated at the time the A51 road level that the battle fence, which goes around the front, and the trees would be extended all the way to the bottom of the estate. Not to mention the battle fence was 2.2 metres high. And there's no mention of the road service in the report, as our road is actually a porous asphalt to keep the noise down by 4 more decibels. Light pollution, we have from the units already there. We already have the noise from the train line, which is just at the bottom of the estate. We have the noise also through the Rush Lane industrial units done up with lots of HGVs in there.
Time is up, I'm afraid.
Thanks very much. Members, do you have any questions on speakers? Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Barnsley. I have a particular problem. I know you've got a particular problem with the visual impact from your point of view. And I'd like to sort of explain your feeling on that. And you pointed to you've got a problem with the noise impact report. And I wonder if you could expand on that a little bit, please.
Yeah, and to put the noise report into some sort of quantifiable rating that we can all understand. So currently, noise meter readings between 45 and 48 decibels have been recorded through from all times of day. 48 decibels fall into the category of a typical office noise sort of. We looked in office at the noise expert. What has been calculated for the HDB movement is 24 decibels. So effectively, it's going to be quieter with the HDB movements there and all the connecting sounds that can come from HDB movements into bays than it is currently today, where there is no access road, there is no HDB movement closer than 160 metres from the site, which is the Hunbeck site. So we get distant noise currently, but what we're planning on doing here is moving it all closer to the existing housing estate. And again, back to the previous dwellings application, which we were all in support of, because dwellings is in keeping with the area. That was rejected on the basis that you couldn't manage to mitigate the noise that would be generated through the Hunbeck site currently in Kingsbury Palace, and there were neighbouring industrial units around there. So what we're doing is moving it closer to a current existing well-established housing estate.
There is another noise report that I had from 25 years ago that puts the readings, and this was done by local authorities and Wimpy at 62 to 65 decibels, i.e. in the brackets of B and C. Obviously it's D, it shouldn't be given planning permission, but even B and C, and that was 25 years ago. The amount of traffic over 25 years has built up without this extra traffic going through. Again, I've got the reports here that you wish to see. Wimpy paid for this one.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Both speakers, really. I mean, presumably you're aware of the extent permission on the site. Would you prefer that the extent permission was built out rather than the proposal before you? Is that a better option from your point of view?
I don't quite understand. What do you do?
The site already has permission
Yes.
to be developed industrially. So that can happen without any further planning permission.
Yeah.
So in your view, would it be better from your point of view that happened than this proposal
Yes.
for a different?
So we were told initially that the units would be no higher than our houses. I've got I've got 3 units, none under that height. There'd be small, lightweight industrial units because of the ground. We wouldn't be able to put heavy industrial units on it because it's all landfill, but it's actually rubbish. So that's what we were told at the time by the local authorities, Staffordshire and Warwickshire.
Appearance of the site wasn't agreed on.
Sorry, Chairman, I've got a question for Mr. Brown on this. Can I ask it now? Because it's relevant to that.
Sure.
So, Mr. Brown, the extant permission, does it provide a height restriction on the building?
No, it doesn't. But if you look at the look at the plan. That one there.
Yeah.
I can't read that. I'm not aware there is a height restriction attached to that. I wouldn't have expected that to be back in 2010. But you can see from here, there are small. To be fair there are smaller units on the left-hand side, blue and yellow there, but the larger units, as you can see, on the right-hand side.
Thank you. Any other questions for our speakers? No, in which case, thank you both very much. And members, over to, I'm going round the twist. We now have our speakers for the application, Mr. Henry Courtier and Stuart Black. If you'd like to take the chair, gentlemen.
I'll give you that response from the residents against the application. Have you discussed? Okay. And you are Mr.
Henry Courtier.
Henry Courtier. Okay, well, you know the routine now. I'll start the part when you start speaking, and I'll let you know when you've got 1 minute left.
Right, thank you. Good evening, councillors. My name is Henry Courtier, planning consultant on this project. I'm here with Stuart Black, development director at Sumex, the applicant and owners of the site. As described within the officer's report, the site benefits from an extant planning permission dating back to 1997 for employment industrial uses. This permission remains extant with the creation of the site access, and therefore is a significant material consideration in the termination of this application, as it is a legitimate fallback which could be built out at any point. This application seeks an uplift in floor space over the extant permission, totaling 22,000 square metres GEA, to meet modern day needs for use as light industrial, research and development, general industrial and storage and distribution uses. Although the exact split of uses will be determined in reserved matter stage, an economic benefit statement was submitted in support of this application, which estimates the site will sustain between 150 and 300 jobs once operational, as well as in excess of £500,000 business rates and significant contributions towards the local economy, gross value added and consumer spend. The applicant has worked with planning officers to reduce the impact of the development upon neighbouring residential properties by reducing the height of the buildings from 18.5 metres to a maximum of 12.5 metres at the closest point to residential properties, which lie approximately 50 metres away to the north. Additionally, the applicant is restricting the B2 general industrial uses to the south of the sites, making a provision for semi-mature tree planting along the northern boundary to minimise visual impacts, neither of which form part of the extant planning permission. Inevitably and unavoidably, the proposed development will give rise to operational traffic. However, neither Warwickshire or Staffordshire County Council Highways Authority raise objections to the proposals, with the number of associated trips being adequately accommodated on the existing highways network without significant impact. The development proposals will make a significant contribution to the local economy and to deliver numerous economic, social and environmental benefits as highlighted within the officer's recommendation. It is respectfully requested that members support the officer's recommendation to approve this planning application, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm permitted to welcome you to the meeting. I apologise, but you're very welcome. Do you have any questions for our two speakers?
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered, you said you'll do some boundary planting. I wonder if you're prepared to, along the area where sewer goes and can't get the planting or the growth there, if you're prepared to sort of put some more mature trees there, sort of, I know they're further back, but that would at least sort of catch up with the screen that's already there, and that sort of out with the noise alleviate there. So if you had some more mature trees there, would be
yes, is the short answer. And I think one of the mitigations you can put in place for planting near sewers as well is constrained root balls. So either planted effectively within a container, within a mesh that protects the roots, or just the types of trees. There's a suggested recommended tree or bush types that you can plant within certain distances of sewer, so they don't interfere with the although the sewer itself is effectively a dead limb to some extent. But yeah, of course.
I would just add the sewer is not within our ownership, so we can't build anything with trees in front of that. But it is proposed for the tree planting that's within our site to be semi-mature from day one. That's about 6 metres height from day one. And like Stuart said, you can put root barriers up to make sure there's no interference with an existing sewer network.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. Councillor Baker.
Thank you. So these units are 24/7. Are they open 24/7? Because obviously a lot of the concerns are around noise and traffic. Obviously going via, 42, whether that's through Kingsbury, through Dostal and Two Gates, etc. So is there anything that can be done in regards or any suggestions or anything can be done to reduce some of that traffic? And I think that's some of the main concerns that seem to be coming through, and the noise.
I would say that the application before you had been assessed by environmental health, who like Mr. Brown has said, put on quite rigorous planning conditions relating to noise. It has also been assessed by the Highways Authority, and neither Warwickshire or Staffordshire raised objection. So it's, from a technical viewpoint, there's no reason why this can't be 24/7 operation, because the mitigation measures included in the application are deemed sufficient to both the environment health officers and the county council. So there would be no, over and above restricting the operation of potential, tenants. There's no technical reason to support reduced operation hours on the site. So
I think it's worth saying as well that the general layout, obviously this is an outline application rather than detail application, the general layout does move the use restrictions nearer the residential area are the lighter research and development type light industrial, it's not like industrial R&D type uses. So those units are much less likely to attract heavy goods vehicles. So they will be more directed to the southern part of the site, nearer the Hurricane Beck development. So
is that I'm sorry, you've had your opportunity to speak. You can't speak anymore. Please do not answer that question.
I was going to conclude my question, but the general, again, the general layout, but the design intent is to have the rear of the units facing to the north and the operational side of the units facing to the south. So the traffic will go into the sites and therefore be shielded from the residential areas by the units themselves, which will provide themselves a barrier to sound and activity.
I think my point really is about sort of going through the villages and the sort of volume of that traffic and that noise in those sort of built up villages where there are schools and they're already quite busy. So
I suppose just one thing to add then from a highways perspective on HGV movements, the transport consultant has suggested that during peak hours, which 7:30 a.m. to 8:30 a.m. in the morning, the site would generate additional 10 HGV movements, which over the course of an hour is, not a significant amount, I would say, for a use that could sustain, up to 300 jobs at this site. And like I said, that part of the assessment, it's been demonstrated that the existing highways network has capacity to accommodate all vehicle movements and trips associated with the proposed use.
Thank you both. Thank you.
Members, any other questions? So, gentlemen, you've heard Mr. Brown say there is a substantial number of objections from villagers around the area, and you've heard the concerns raised by the objectors. Is there anything else that you can do to mitigate the scheme and to overcome some of their concern?
I think that in terms of sound, I think the mitigation that's proposed within the conditions are pretty onerous. As the officer said, it's unusual to have that level of control imposed proposed at this stage in an application in terms of noise, and that will obviously be subject to monitoring and post-development management to make sure that that's adhered to. In terms of the visual impact, clearly we can look at the planting and use mature trees and ensure that that's both appropriate for the site and doesn't damage any infrastructure in place. And then in terms of vehicle activity, that as Sarah said, it's this kind of consequence of the success of the scheme will be a certain amount of traffic. But the work we have been consulting, hours have been talked, referred to earlier, but we have had slow but steady dialogue with highways to explore the uses of the site and to look at the impacts of the traffic on the local road network, and their assessment is that the network is suitable for the trips generated by the use parties indicated. So I think we've been working on this application as a live application for a year and addressed issues as they come forward. And we've made significant changes to the height and the profile of the building, to the planting, to the approach to mitigate noise. I'm not sure that there's much that we can do.
You've heard one of the concerns being the potential use of the site, whether it's light industrial or warehousing or if you will, logistics or industrial use. Is there anything that you could say to the board in terms of what the uses are more likely to be, or any restrictions we could negotiate with you in terms of what the use on particular were, particularly those closest to the residences?
There are already proposals to restrict the uses, so the potential for heavier uses are to the southern part of the site, which are further away from the residential developments. And also there is a limit on the amount of logistics activity on site, which would mitigate the number of vehicle traffic movements. And then the other indicated uses, which are storage, light industrial, my use classes, are relatively gentle, probably the wrong word, but they're not sort of heavy industry. They're not heavy vehicle uses. They are small startup type activities that will generate traffic, but not there will not be a constant stream of vehicles coming to from the site.
Thank you. Members, any additional questions? In which case, so, gentlemen, thank you very much. Can I just check, members, that you all have the additional paperwork in front of you, and you've all had the opportunity to read it, or if you would like the deferment to allow more time to understand it? Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Brown, I've just been handed a list of objections from local members. Now, I know we don't ordinarily accept representations at the meeting, they have to be beforehand. But there are a number of objections here, and it would be helpful for us to understand if they have been addressed in your report or not. So I'm slightly aware that there's additional information we just had, which we now have, which we didn't have earlier, and I'm conscious that we do need to take account of what this report, this response is saying as well.
You're suggesting an adjournment for me to look at that, Mr. Chairman?
Yes. So, members, if you give us 5 minutes, Mr. Brown, to look at this additional information, and I mean, I clearly, given our standing orders, I can't give it to all of you, but Mr. Brown can tell us if he's aware or not. So, we'll adjourn for 5 minutes. resume the meeting. So, Mr. Brown, would you like to comment on the additional information?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's effectively residents from Epsom Close, Ascot Drive, also from Dost Hill, but from the residential area to the north of the site, and there are about 15 to 20 signatures on there. The matters that they raise are not new. The ones that occur regularly throughout practically all of them are noise, pollution, traffic, height, visuals, and traffic meaning through Dost Hill and also through Kingsbury. So the matters have been covered, Mr. Chairman, in the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Before I open the debate, I'm getting a little bit confused over some of the things that we've heard. So, from what I understand, there is an extant consent which has been started, so it's there and those buildings could be built. But if I understood you properly, there are differences between this application and the existing permission. Height was not defined in the previous one. They both have 24/7 occupation, but one has noise restrictions in it, which the earlier applications didn't. Is there anything other that's different between the two? Or
no, clearly mention's been made of traffic, and the speaker indicated 10 HGV movements. That would be about the same with this particular extant consent.
Thank you. Members, who'd like to speak? Councillor Phillips?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to say that it probably doesn't still seem that way, but I'd like to thank the developers, and I think that for all the work they've done, especially on the reports, and I think they've gone a long way to do what we've asked of them. My main concern is, as a resident of there, I don't live in Kingsbury, but I've got a lot of friends in Kingsbury, and I spoke to the chairman of the parish council today, and the big fear is, like everywhere, is logistics. And if we have logistics, and it's not just rolling through Kingsbury, we've only just sort of got rid of the problems we've had on Trinity Road with the Victorian infrastructure, the restricted bridge we've got there, and we all know lorry drivers, it's like herding cats. They're going to be everywhere, and if they can't find a way, they'll find a way around the lanes. And I think it's just that fear of the logistics, and I can understand the fear that people have, and we've suffered from it in our village with TNT at Kingsbury Link. We've had up to 90 to 100 vehicles coming through the village at night when the A5's been blocked. So I know what it's like when they come trundling through, and they seem to have this attitude that they must get through at any cost, no matter whose vehicle they scratch or any posts or anything in the way or verges. They seem to just trundle through. I know Kingsbury's not built that way, and it's a straight road through. But it's the rest of the areas. It doesn't just affect that area. It's a bit like when we talk about the A5. It doesn't affect that. It affects the parallel roads, and it affects all that area, as it did when TNT and the other people who run that logistics. It wasn't so bad, TNT. I suppose it was the other ones that had foreign drivers who kept getting lost all over the place. And these are the frightening things that people seems to have just sort of died down now, and we sort of may end up getting this back with the 30-ton lorries driving, reversing in your driveway, quite literally in some places, and especially farm gateways. And I'm just expressing the fear that people have of the logistics on this sort of road. We know what it's like on the A5, and we've had it. We have it on the A5. We're worried about it, and we have problems there. But to have it around these small roads, and especially we all know that it's unlikely that anybody's going to turn right and go down through Dost Hill. They're all going to go down to the M42 junction 10, and through Kingsbury and through the rest of it. So the problem is when they decide to get lost or there's a blockage, and they do decide to go the other way around the lanes. I don't want to labour the fact, Chair, but those are the worries that I have, and those are the worries that the people in our area have, and that is, like I say, is logistics in this particular area. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I think it's Councillor Hayfield first, but not sure.
Okay, I think it's very different. I do understand the concerns of the local residents. But the key things for me is that there is an extant permission. And so therefore the question is the new outline application better or worse than the extant one? Now, from what I've heard, looking at the reports and bits and pieces, there are many advantages to the new one in terms of lower profiles, designated hours of working. There are a whole series of constraints in terms of noise and everything else, and more planting going on. So I'm thinking that, and especially as this is an outline application, and the applicants have shown a willingness to negotiate within that outline application to try and get the best possible solution. So on balance, and I'm not going to be very popular here, I'm going to move that outline permission is granted, subject to the conditions listed in the report.
Thank you. Councillor Ridley.
Thank you, Chair. I don't like industrial employment living cheap by jar by with residential. We suffer it in Dordon. We live with it. We've just obviously been involved in something very similar to a certain extent that would have resulted in great big units next to Birchmore. The only problem with this is forward planning. So there was going to be a housing estate. No, there wasn't. There was a brickwork. The brickwork was too noisy. Wouldn't allow for residences to live next to it. It was supposed to be protected for the Dostal bypass. Well, that never happened. And now there is an extant permission, which in planning law means that they can build without any reference to any others. So it would happen. I do agree that the developers have been very fair. They've tried to be fair. They're there to deliver something within their world. We need more employment land. We need more employment within North Warwickshire. So it's a very hard balance. My heart goes out to the residents. I went to both site visits, both to the site where the build's going to be, and I also went to Ascot Drive on Friday and spoke with the resident there. They've done a very hard job, a very good job in trying to fight what is, I see, inevitable. I really do hope that we can get mature trees. We do need more greenery there to mitigate, to help with noise, to help with biodiversity, to help with everybody's living conditions. Because living next to an employment land, which will deliver noise, no matter how much mitigation there is, it's going to be a tough call when you've been used to living somewhere very quiet. I concur with the councillor Hayfield that it's a very tough call, but because it's extant, I think that if we don't approve it, it could just go back to goodness knows what. And I think the residents would be in a much worse position. I hope that developers can deliver the mature trees, can make it much better. We did walk right down there, down the bottom. It's used regularly by local dog walkers. There's a pond. The biodiversity net gain that's going to be delivered, will make that part of the area, very attractive again. The front of it looks messy. It's an eyesore. So hopefully that can be improved dramatically. I don't think as a council, as a planning board, we have much choice really, in just to say that this has got to be better than what could be built. And again, my sympathies go out to all the people that have been fighting this. And I do hope going forward that certainly a lot of what's going to be delivered will not be as bad as everybody does imagine. But again, transport, highways, it's countrywide, it's very difficult. And that's why planning is so crucial. And going forward for North Warwickshire, we've got to make sure that what we build and where we plan, it is in accordance with how it improves people's lives, both employment and residential. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bates.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand the permission from 1997, but would like to sort of echo what Councillor Hayden Phillips has said, really, the logistics and the impact on traffic and what that will do to the Kingsbury and the surrounding villages around that. You know, it's a village, the village is already really impacted on traffic from the M42, from the M6 or any other problems that are going on that already have a massive impact. So I just like to sort of echo that really, that is a real concern. I understand the 1997, but the traffic has already increased tremendously since 1997, and it's going to have a big impact on people's lives.
Councillor Phillips. Sorry, which one of you wants to go first?
What? Are you wrapping?
No, I'm not going to wrap
I think we've spoke about traffic. I don't think enough emphasis really put on the sound that's going to be impact on people. I mean, trees dampen sound by their leaves. The leaves are only there for 50% of the year. I mean, I live close to the M42 in Wood End, and I can hear the M42 very clearly at night in the winter. In the summer, not so much, but it's still there, and that's, you know, a good stone's throw away over the woods. And that's with a substantial amount of woodland between me and the M42 and a hill. I would not like this next to me. I wouldn't like to hear basically a wagon backing up behind my house. And that's essentially what's going to happen here. But, I mean, and I think in that respect, yes, there was planning permission 1997. The world has changed significantly since then. We haven't got the flying car, but we've got so much stuff now travelling on roads that are not envisioned back then. I'm sure smaller units, little kickstart units were envisioned, like in Tamworth, those little units that are not much bigger than these rooms. I think that's sort of what was in the original plan in 2010, is it? It's a bit smaller. They look smaller than that one. And I just think that's, we've told in the planning board in licensing that if you move next to, using the argument that there's already planning there, we've already told him planning and licensing, all because of pubs there doesn't mean you don't have, when you move next to it, doesn't mean you don't have a complaint if noises there. People move there in good faith that there'd be respectful development. And I think not enough weight to put behind the idea that they would expect something reasonably quiet in their little suburban area. And I think this just that should be added to the pile of concerns.
The other councillor?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for allowing me to come back. I think it's a spurious argument. That's not going to get built. That's not going to get built. And you know, if you go back to those permissions, that won't get built. And you know, it gives me you wouldn't be surprised. I have no confidence at all in county highways. I mean, gosh, they'll tick anything. You know, I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean, what we've been trying to do, and that's I really praise the developers. I mean, they've worked really hard with us to try and get something out of this, and it is a reasonable, good site. I have my complaints. We're going to start all over because that won't get built. And if you're giving permission on that because that's there, then that's a spurious argument.
Councillor Bell.
Thank you. Well, contrary to what Councillor Phillips has just said, the fact is that could be built.
Let them build it then.
Sorry?
Let them build it.
Oh, I remember.
Sorry.
So, well, it's there and it could be, but what is being proposed now is what's needed for modern manufacture or whatever, rather than what was needed then. So it's, in one sense, it's better now. And if that were built, it would be without all the conditions that are being put around this one in terms of containing noise, vegetation, etc. And I think that I have every sympathy with the residents, I really do, but I think we have to consider that could be built, and that the site that's being proposed now is better in many ways than that would be. And we have to take that into consideration. We can't just dismiss and say it wouldn't be, because it's actually, the permission is there. And as far as highways is concerned, that would also create problems. And I understand the highways are a nightmare. But then again, if highways haven't made the objection, we all know that we would lose on an appeal on highways if highways don't support it. So we have to be realistic about it. And therefore, because of that, although I'm sympathetic with the residents, I'm willing to second Councillor Hayfield's proposal to grant this outline permission.
Members, I'd just like to ask Mr. Brown a question, because one thing I'm not clear on again. What was the use and the 97 or 2010 consent? What could the use on that application be?
I think members shouldn't be, I'll answer, Mr. Chairman, but I think members shouldn't focus too much on that particular layout. The key principle, the principal issue here is that site has planning permission for industrial use. Whether it's that layout or a different layout, it has consent for industrial use. And to answer your question, Mr. Chairman, it's for B1, B2 and B8. And as we say in the report, it's similar uses.
Thank you very much. So, members, I think there's been a fairly wide discussion on this. At the minute, I've got one proposal, which is that we grant consent as printed in the programme. Oh, I'm sorry.
Can I just raise one short issue? In the discussion, when we talk about the site operating between 7 a.m. and 6 p.m., it says here, it was said that this would mean it would be on average, there would be 26 two-way HGV movements travelling through Kingsbury per hour. I'm looking at a transport technical note, and it actually says there that there will be 26 two-way HGV movements travelling through Kingsbury per hour. Could somebody clarify that, please?
Sounds like a question for you, Mr.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you've got to be careful when talking about figures. The figure which was quoted by the speaker is the figure which both Staffordshire and Warwickshire have been using. It's the one that's come from the applicant. What we're talking about here is an hour. It depends on which time period the hourly rate is taken. As you clearly indicate from the applicant, that figure of 10 or 12 was in the peak hour, the peak morning hour, which in fact is the key consideration which the both authorities, Staffordshire and Warwickshire, will give to that. So you've got to be very careful as to actually the time period and the numbers that are involved. And that was two-way movements, not necessarily one-way movements.
Does that help, Councillor? So it sounds like that's at its highest peak and whatever the peak hour is.
It said here it says 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. So it's not talking about mornings and afternoons separately. Is that relevant?
It could be. Any other questions? No? So, to try and sum up a little bit, you have an application in front of you on a site which has already got an extant permission. I think there are three options open to you as a board. One is the proposal suggested by Councillor Hayfield, suggested by Councillor Bell, which you grant consent based on the application in front of you. Many planning officers before my time have said you have to determine the application before you, not the application you would wish to have. Secondly, clearly, you could go the opposite way of that and refuse consent. So I need somebody to recommend that as a proposal. Or there's a halfway opportunity, which the board has taken on a number of occasions, which is to defer the application to see if there's anything else that the applicant is prepared to do to ameliorate the adverse impacts of their proposal, accepting that there is an extant consent. Again, if somebody wishes to propose that, now is your chance.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Firstly, I'd like to apologise for snapping, and especially Councillor Bell. Wasn't mended up. I didn't, but I'd like to propose an amendment, deferment, Chair. Sorry, getting all mixed up now. I think it'd be a sensible way going forward. As I am got a planning reason to vote against it. To be fair, and if it goes ahead, I'll abstain. But if we can defer it and see if we can get a better some more better deal out of it, I'm quite happy to do that.
And I think we need to, if we're going to go down that route, or in your proposal to the board, we need to sort of indicate what we'd like the officers to negotiate on what basis they'd like to talk to the applicant. So I'm taking from what you said, it would be noise, traffic and use.
Yeah.
And planting.
Yeah.
Okay, is that second? Thank you. And we also have the opportunity that if anyone wishes to propose it, then you could go for refusal. There are two applications in front of me at the minute, which to an extent are contrary to each other. One is we grant consent. The other is that we defer for a further conversation. I heard the application, I heard the recommendations to grant consent first, so that's what I'll take first. So can I see all those in favour of granting consent as outlined by Councillor Hayfield and Councillor Powell? And those against?
Yeah.
That's 7-7, is that right? We really like it. Can we just take the vote again to be sure? Those in favour of granting consent? 1. And those against?
6, 7, 8.
So that falls. Can I see those in favour of deferment and coming back next time? 8. And those against? The members, that application is deferred. The officers will negotiate with the applicant, see if anything is possible, and it will come back to you at your next meeting. Mr. Brown, do you have whatever you need?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think Councillor Phillips indicated it was, I've made a note here, noise, traffic and planting. Is that those are the 3 issues you wanted to look at?
I'm sure I heard Councillor Phillips. Thank you, members. Members of the public, we've discussed that application. We're going to go on to the rest of the agenda, but if you'd like to sort of your shop doors and stuff, now would be a good opportunity. So, members, the next item on the agenda item number 6, is Paul Farm, Farthing Lane, Kirby. Mr. Brown.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is just confirmation of emergency action that was taken a few weeks ago in respect of an emergency TPO. That TPO has been made and served, and this is just to seek confirmation of that particular procedure.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Members, any comments? It's been moved. I'll second that. I'll second it. All those in favour of noting the action? Thank you very much. That's unanimous. Agenda item 7 is an appeal update, Mr. Brown. An appeal update and an update on the other.
Well, yeah, I'm sure members are interested in the decisions that are actually reported in that to you tonight in the agenda. But as members will realise, about 3:30, 4 o'clock this afternoon, we had the decision on the Hodgetts inquiry. The appeal was dismissed. And I'll be reporting on that. You can get a copy of that next time, Mr. Chair. It's been circulated already, but formally it will go to the board next meeting.
Members, any comments? So, most of the applications were dismissed. The appeals were dismissed. One was granted, and then the new large application, which was dismissed.
Yeah, I think we should congratulate all the officers involved in the hard work, and all the members who've worked hard on putting it through. I mean, it's absolutely great. Congratulations. I mean, it's a wonderful result.
Absolutely second that, and I mean the role of the Borough Council has been vital in giving this opposing this appeal. Without the Borough Council, it couldn't have been done. But I think we also need to acknowledge the efforts of both Dordon and Polesworth Parish Council, Dorden, you know, we were committing funds that were very difficult to commit, and some brave decisions were taken by councillors, and I think that's particularly true of Dorden Parish Council, who put themselves out on a very considerable limb. So I think brave decisions were taken. It's a wonderful result, and I think it's a wonderful partnership that's come through here.
Any other comment?
Can I say, it was a team effort. We couldn't have done it without sterling work from North Warwickshire officers as well. Special mention to one of the parish councillors at Polesworth, Margaret Henley, who was here and stood instead of a solicitor, so saved the parish councils a lot of money. And I just I'm more delighted the fact that I keep saying we are a rural borough. And this has solidified the fact that our meaningful gap, our strategic gap, is the fact that we are not part of the conurbation of Tamworth. We are separate. We are rural. We do not have our green belt like some of the borough does, but it's just as important to us to keep as many of our green fields and our green spaces as possible. So thank you everybody that was involved.
Although these days, of course, it is the green. Members, it is the democratic process, but the democratic process is becoming extremely expensive. These things don't come cheap to the public purse, but I don't disagree with it for that. It is every applicant's right to have an appeal if we refuse consent. And sometimes that costs us a lot of money. It costs a lot of money sometimes if you lose as well. On these occasions, we have been successful. I think, absolutely an awful lot of hard work by our officers, by the parish councils, and by our professional advisors. It was an extremely welcome result. And I think will enable us to continue trying to protect the areas that are material to all of us. And there's another expensive appeal coming up, and I'm sure there'll be other expensive appeals after that. By and large, I think we as a council have to sit behind the decisions that we reach in an open democratic forum. And, you all know as well as everybody, if I think you're making a decision that's going outside what is probity and what is reasonable, I'll try and guide you in that direction. Indeed, will my two colleagues. But on these occasions, with one exception, you were supported by the inspector. That's excellent. So, well done, Mr. Brown.
It's not me, Mr. Chairman, it is Andrew and Dorothy. They bore the brunt of this, and those that sat in the inquiry will know how exacting this kind of process is. It took Dorothy and Andrew out of all their casework for about 6 weeks, and others have had to pick up on that. And the same will happen again when we get. Well, you're aware that the refusal last time of the Polongli solar farm, that's now gone to appeal. They've asked for an inquiry, 6-day inquiry, and so they would go through exactly the same process again, probably in December or January. This is par for the course now, Mr. Chairman.
I noticed earlier on, Mr. Brown, you referenced the red arrows. I'm assuming those two officers are your red arrows.
I'll just very briefly say yes, indeed, and we're extremely grateful to both Dorothy and Andrew, who really did absolutely represent the whole thing incredibly well. Yes, it took them out of their work for 6 weeks. I think it took Margaret Henley out of her life for 6 weeks. She gave her all. Thank you.
It was Mr. Brown's training came through.
So, members, thank you very much indeed. Chip shop is still open. Thank you for your time. Have a safe journey home.